Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Mic check. Test levels. Okay, test levels, test levels. How are we getting that? Is it going up to 66%? Okay. Hello. Right. Check 1 2. Check. Testing. Test. Toast. 1 2. Okay. From here. Test 1 2. Check. Test 1 2. Toast. Check 1 2. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Honour Arms in the United Kingdom. We are live from Rochdale here for the Buhurt League Challenger, and this is the women's 5 versus 5 event. We have two teams, Swords of Cygnus and Armoured Combat Gloucester, who are in the black and red, and the marshals will start the first of the round. This will be the best of 3, as there are only 2 women's teams in this tournament. Already the fight moves to the sides of the lists, but you can see there's some good pull weight from, you see, Gloucester, who are not able to break through, but there is still a loose runner in the side who has actually caught their opponents. And I think in this team, Swords of Cygnus do have a height advantage, but there's been a lot of training recently, which has been a very positive side, because, and that's already the first takedown there. So a great move there from Armoured Combat Gloucester, who came in very, very effectively from the side. It was not a particularly fast one, but the Swords of Cygnus fighter was caught unaware of that, and you can see how important it is to keep your peripheral vision open, especially with such a wide-vised Wolfrid helmet. And still in a stalemate in the clinches. However, there's another Swords of Cygnus fighter who's gone down now. Armoured Combat Gloucester with a big advantage at this point. This is a great start from them. The younger team of the 2 in terms of their experience, but they have certainly proved their worth, doing a lot of training all also under Pavel Korzak, in fact getting some words of support from him before this opening round to start the day off. And there are two reserve fighters from Armoured Combat Gloucester. You can see even some words of training coming through at the moment, and that's another fighter down. This is great work now from Armoured Combat Gloucester, who are taking full control of this fight. And I think now it is a question of time, but they're going to have a lot of work to do to get those Sword to Cygnus fighters down at that point. One, of course, on the list is in an uncomfortable position. Of course, there are a number of ACG fighters hanging down, but I think they've got to do a lot more leg work rather than just the strike works from those small axes, which are fairly ineffectual on the back and the sides of the Sword to Cygnus fighters. However, there's a hook point now on the leg of the Sword to Cygnus fighter who's hanging on to the list, and that is it. First round victory for Armoured Combat Gloucester. Well, all of their fighters were on their feet at the end of that first round, so a great start from them, and Sword to Cygnus will need to pull something out that's pretty special in order to get right back into this. So there'll be time for some changes, and they've not long been training together again, with the COVID restrictions having been lifted for sports events back in May in the UK. The conditions here today, as you can see on the live screen, we've got traditional British weather. It's cloudy. It's quite windy as well, so in terms of atmospheric conditions, this is quite ideal. The grass here is dry, so that sort of avoids the problem of slipping. However, the more it gets trodden down, and the more it will cause difficulties for the fighters. And even though this is taking place in a small town, a number of people who have come out to watch and support the event, also some local journalists as well. It's a sign of how the UK is picking up these events and getting restarted, not only with training but also with the events. Don't forget there is another event which will be held in November, which will be the Cygnus Cup, hosted by and organised by the Sword to Cygnus. So we'll have a full day of action. We are all on time at the moment, so there will be these women's 5 versus 5 after that. There will be the men's 5 versus 5, and of course the men's 12 versus 12 later, followed by the award ceremony at the end of the day, which is scheduled for 5:30, but it may be a bit earlier than that. So there are 5 men's teams, which is good. However, all eyes go back to Sword to Cygnus versus Armoured Combat Gloucester in the second round. ACG taking the first round with an emphatic victory of 5 fighters to 0. And while you see that the ACG fighters are fairly slow on their feet, they're very, very solid, and they've got some great footwork in terms of the grappling. And if they find a loose Sword to Cygnus fighter, then they're going to be able to capitalise on that. Sword to Cygnus, however, don't seem to be as well glued together as they have been in the past. And now you can see that there are clinches breaking off in different parts of the list. Still looking for the first takedown there. Just if you look on the right, you have one ACG fighter breaking loose, but also so too does a Sword to Cygnus fighter, so that will create another clinch in the back. Well, on the left-hand side, you can see how both clinches have come together, and they're forcing each other against the list and trying to grapple the legs around each other in order to obtain a trip. But at the moment, that's going to be very difficult with such a close space. Of course, the taking out legs works if there is the space to do so, but with so many fighters around each other, that's a good grapple there from the ACG fighter in the bottom right-hand corner. And there's some moved also into the corner of the list. And of course, adds a lot of support and makes it even harder to get them down. And still even at the moment. Both teams are evenly matched and no fighters down yet. However, there is movement in the grapple in the right hand corner, and they too have broken off. And so some rather sluggish blows coming in from time to time, but I think there's been a lot of work and a lot of practice and training on the grappling there. If you can see on the left-hand corner there's a lot of weight coming down on the sort of Cygnus fighter who's found himself in a difficult position, manages to get out of it somehow. But of course, when the head is lower than the chest, there are difficulties, and it looks like we've got one Cygnus fighter who is almost out of the list on the right-hand side. Any assistance there will cause problems for the swords of Cygnus. And this is great work from Armoured Combat Gloucester, who, although do not have any numerical advantage at this point, do appear to be the stronger side. And of course, this round might go to the absolute limit here, as it's very evenly matched. And although you can see on the left there was a charge which came to nothing. However, the sort of Cygnus fighter breaks away, and that could have benefited from a bit of speed there, but there's some nice work from the Armoured Combat Gloucester fighters. Well, I think the ACG were very unlucky not to get a takedown in there, and there's a nice charge coming from ACG to the side there, but of course thrusting against the list is spent energy rather than an investment on taking someone down. I mean, perhaps trying to release the fighter first and using teammates. And there needs to be a bit more vision to what's happening on the other sides of the list, but of course when you're that far away it's extremely difficult and you want to take your eye off an opponent. So there's some encouragement coming from fighters and indeed the trainers to be more aware of the legwork. Now, earlier on in this round we did see Armoured Combat Gloucester try to use a lot of the sweep techniques, but they didn't come out, and they just need to pull that back again because they were very, very close getting some takedowns. And this is there's a nice position there from the ACG in the left-hand corner there, and very close to a takedown. Could be the first one, and there it is, but they've both gone down. It seems like I'm seeing that the marshals has allowed the ACG fighter to stand up, so she did not have all the weight of the weapon and the knee on the ground. So this is good news for Armoured Combat Gloucester, and they have broken the deadlock. So I think we'll see a bit more movement, and you can see on the right-hand side, those clinches are absolutely deadlocked. And pushing on the sides here. It seems that you've got on the right-hand side, you can see that both fighters from the right-hand corner trying to break away from each other and pull from behind, but I don't think that's going to go very far, especially when holding on to the list. Of course, there have been, and that's called stop from the marshal. Good result again for ACG. So, a very, very close round there between the Swords of Cygnus and Armoured Combat Gloucester. Both teams will have a lot to say to each other, and that must have been exhausting for them going so far. There's only one Swords of Cygnus fighter taken down, and the Armoured Combat Gloucester fighter did very well not to go down also. So, some words of encouragement now from Pavel Korczak of White Company, just to the bottom of the screen. Of course, ACG do indeed have their men's team who will be seen later. Of course, tournaments are starting again in the United Kingdom. They've already been some outings, and most importantly the training is going again. So, and this is a similar story in many countries. And it's a big relief to see that there are events coming up, even new events. Even just yesterday in Denmark, there was an experimental event. So it was not a Buhurt League category. This is in Aalborg. And this is to promote the sport and gather attention and gain momentum for it in Denmark itself, which is a country that has enjoyed success. Big results of Battle of the Nations, and also on a club level, having taken part in the first Buhurt Prime. So they are sort of going through a renaissance, if you like. And they started with an experimental tournament, which only had a few teams. Some fighters also came from Norway, as I understand, which is great news for them. And this is one of the early tournaments in the UK. And good news has come from Italy that the quarantines, or the mini quarantines of 5 days, have been lifted or will be lifted from Tuesday. This does, of course, bring positive news for teams wanting to take part at the Buhurt Masters tournament, which will be on the weekend of the 12th of September. So White Company, for example, who were doubtful for that event, all of a sudden it seems to be back on. So that's all to look forward to. There are plenty of tournaments coming up. People are still waiting for tournaments also to come up in France. Italy have already had one tournament, and that was in the memory of Davide Canalia, if I pronounce his name right. And also in Russia there have been a series of tournaments, but of course for Russians at the moment travel has been heavily restricted. So we talk about how the restrictions are lifting and tournaments are open, but of course it's not available for everybody. So it'll just be a couple of minutes now, and we will be back for another fight between Swords of Cygnus and Armoured Combat Gloucester. Of course, as there are only two teams, it will be the best of three. So the first fight goes to Armoured Combat Gloucester with a fantastic first round, a 5-0 first round, and the second round timed out as they were 5 fighters to 4. So stay with us, we'll be starting again shortly. Mic test, mic test. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Mic test. push up 75%. Testing, testing, test, test. Test, test, test. Okay. So you rejoin us now for the second fight between Armoured Combat Gloucester and Swords of Cygnus. Of course, the women's category. There are just two teams, so it will be the best of three. The first fight went to Armoured Combat Gloucester. So, as we understand, there have been a couple of issues with the sound levels for the live stream. We do apologise about that. But please let us know how things are going, if it's coming through okay, or you just get bored of the sound of my voice. So this will, the women's fight will take us to about 11:30. Then we will have a break, and the men's categories 5 versus 5 is likely to start around 12:30 and maybe a little bit before, but everything is on schedule at the moment. At 4:45 we will be having the men's 12 versus 12. So it should be between 12:30 and 4 o'clock for the men's 5 versus 5. Again, might be a bit earlier than that, might finish a little earlier. And then the last category we'll have is the men's 12 versus 12. And we will have the award ceremony in the afternoon around about 5:45, 6 o'clock. So I'm interested to see how the Swords of Cygnus will change their approach. Thank you, Lorca. for that comment about the sound. Wonderful. We do need your feedback. Of course, if anybody has any questions, please feed them through and we'll see if we can answer them. So Marshall calls the start of the second fight between Swords of Cygnus and Armoured Combat Gloucester. And unlike the first fight, it does not go straight to the list. There's a lot more movement in the middle. However, the Cygnets have been pushed back a little into their own area, but this is much more aggressive fighting from both teams, in fact. And there's some great teamwork from Armoured Combat Gloucester, who are looking for a takedown there, very close to a lot of pressure coming down on them, however, especially on the left-hand side. You can see a grapple in the far corner, and the Swords of Cygnus managed to get out of that very effectively. Well, that's some impressive footwork on their part. However, on the right-hand side, there's a lot of weight now coming down on fighters of both teams there. So they're trying to actually sort of spread themselves out so that they get a bit more coming through in terms of their leg work, of course, which is an issue. And there's a big weight coming down on the ACG fighter. We may get the first takedown here, and indeed the first takedown for Swords of Cygnus, but she breaks on her helmet's come off though. So that, of course, means that she'll be out of the fight. But there was a huge amount of pressure. Another Swords of Cygnus fighter has gone down, so it is even. It's a very even fight now. So the trainers of ACG shouting them to move over to the other side and make the best of the space that they have. And some shoves coming through, but there is a Cygnus fighter in a dangerous position there. Pavel Korczak running around to give some advice on what to do in that position. And there's a very close takedown. And incredible how they managed to keep their feet up. And I think that's, yeah, the Armoured Combat Gloucester fighter has been down by the marshal there. So Cygnus with a advantage here. However, they're going to wear themselves down if they strike too much on the back of the ACG fighter on the right there. So what they need to do now is try to work down the limbs of the fighters. Maybe go for some strikes at certain armor points where they can do the most damage. So in fact, yeah, the halberdiers striking low there. And this is a nice move there. And it's also taken down the Swords of Cygnus fighter. Still Swords of Cygnus with an advantage there. A great charge there. And it came to nothing, but it's very, very good movement, good vision by ACG. This turning out to be a much more exciting fight than what we've seen so far. This is great work from both teams. All right back to the Cygnus end of the list. So some big strikes coming down on the ACG fighter, and they're going to have to keep doing that and grind down. Just a couple of strikes is not going to do it. But I think ACG are in some trouble here. But Swords of Cygnus are not yet able to break through. Again, just releasing an ACG fighter. However, a superb move. That is excellent fighting there from ACG, who now even it out. Well, what a fight this is turning out to be. And there's a great pull there from ACG. One of the ACG fighters, however, being sandwiched in the middle under a lot of pressure from Swords of Cygnus. The teammate desperate to try and pull her away from our fighters, and she has dropped. This means it is 2 against 1. So they're not going to want to suicide it. It is just far too dangerous to do that at any time. But it is going to take a lot to get that ACG fighter down. And of course, they need to consider where they're striking, because the way that the Swords of Cygnus are striking the fighter at the moment is not going to be so effective. So again, using the awareness of the legs, which could be a good move. If they could just pull her away now, this could be a good move, and that is done. So the victory, therefore, goes to Swords of Cygnus. Well, a fantastic round. That will have taken a lot of energy out of both teams there. But a really superb fight that was. So there will not be much time to regain their strength. Fight going down to the last three fighters there, 2 versus 1. Of course, when it's 2 versus 1, it can continue. Just to remind you, only when it's 3 versus 1 will the marshals call a stop. But I'm sure you know that already. Again, the conditions are still favourable for fighters. There is a lighter breeze at the moment, which makes fighting quite easy. It was a little bit strong earlier. Of course, you know, it can cause cramps if people take off their armour too quickly. So we're going into the second round of this second fight between Swords of Cygnus and Armour Combat Gloucester. And with a 1-fight advantage. Again, to remind you, it is the best of 3 fights, not the best of 3 rounds. People have travelled a long way to come to this event, and although it is a relatively small town, it's a perfect location for this. So I think still some armour adjustments needed, although this can result in penalty if it's not resolved, or if the marshal calls for a 1 minute to the start. It can result in a round loss or disqualification of the fighter. As you can just see in the bottom right corner, there's a minor adjustment to the armour, but regardless of the scale of the event, this must be up to approval standards of the marshals, who carried out the weapons check at 8 o'clock this morning. Okay, so we go into the second round here. That starts just the commenter Jack Ward there. I think you're at the wrong Castleton. I'm sorry. This is one near Oldham, not near Macclesfield. There's already a takedown there. Going back to the fight. Yeah, still. So ACG with an early advantage there. And in fact, if you look on the left of the screen, you can see some superb thrust and push work from ACG. Oh, and there is a loose run there, but that was some spent energy. But a nice idea, some big weight being put down on the Swords of Cygnus fighter on the left and on the middle of the list. So they're going to start wearing down the legs of the Cygnus fighter, and we do have actually 2 down on the right hand side. I didn't see that. So this is great work from Armoured Combat Gloucester, who have come right back into this with some very swift work. However, there are some ACG fighters down as well, although they do have an advantage. Some nice evasive work from the Swords of Cygnus just on the left of the screen there. So you have the ACG fighters now wearing down the Swords of Cygnus fighters, or trying to at least. Not quite getting through just yet. However, it does keep the fight in the middle of the list, which makes it a bit more exciting to see. Although the weapon was held, there is still some movement through. So this is good teamwork from Armour Combat Gloucester. Of course, it's easy to shout instructions to the fighters, but for the fighters to actually hear them and be able to take heed of them, it's another matter altogether. Just to remind you that the venue changed 2 weeks ago because of COVID restrictions. So this is at Castleton near Rochdale. Those of you who are writing on the string to Mr. Jack Ward. So back to the fight, and well, I think this is going to go on for some time, but there's a lot of aggression coming from Armoured Combat Gloucester. And the movement they showed before was impressive. However, there is a loose weapon which could spell big trouble for the Swords of Cygnus now. The fighter holding on. A great charge, however, coming through. So that was rushed back to retrieve another weapon, which means that it still stays at 3-2, and they're going to have to break away from the list. So I think Armoured Combat Gloucester need to work on the leg game a little bit. There's some high strikes coming in though. They do show a lot of aggression, especially with the shield punches. But I think to take off the balance, and that's better work, the stamp that came in from the side. More of that is going to be how they're going to wear down the legs of the Swords of Cygnus fighters. And the marshals are closely in there. I think they may have seen something there, something discussing something, but I think a fighter has, I can't quite see what's happening, but I think being told that there's fight is called. That may be because of an armor defect. Certainly the Sword of Cygnus fighter had lost her weapon. So, Armoured Combat Gloucester having a very productive morning here. And they've certainly showed a lot of aggression. There's not a lot in their charge and rush, but they do have a good striking game, and I think they're more aware of attacking the legs and how to attack the legs and wear down the opponents. Swords of Cygnus, of course, very, very solid team, and they've got more experience. So, we go now to another round. So we'll be here for the next 20 odd minutes for the remainder of the women's fights. And around about 12:30, perhaps a little before then, if we finish before schedule for the women's fights, we will see the men's teams. But all eyes are on the Swords of Cygnus and Armoured Combat Gloucester for the women's category before then. So don't go away.
round for the rest of the fight. 1 minute 30.
So we go to the next round of the Swords of Cygnus versus ACG, and just to give you a little information on the last fight, what happened is that the Swords of Cygnus fighter, without a weapon, struck the opponent with a fist. So of course, as you know in the rules, it stipulates that there can be no strikes or punches or attacks from unarmed or disarmed fighters. They have to go back to their own area to gain a weapon. So I'm seeing more of the same here, and I feel that Armoured Combat Gloucester gel better as a team. There seems to be more sort of understanding of their movements, whereas Swords of Cygnus prefer to slug it out. That said, there's nothing to say that the way Swords of Cygnus demonstrating the aggression is ill-effective. You can see just on the left there, you have the Swords of Cygnus are trying to bring the fight into the centre of the list, because I feel that their height advantage might be something that they're trying to use and get away from the list to avoid holding on and grappling. But you can see in the bottom right hand corner there's a very, very aggressive clinch happening, and that's going to get some results at some point, but you've got two very experienced fighters there. Oh, this is a lot of aggression shown now, and I think we're going to get the first takedown quite soon, although that has been called on the right. So fight has been called there, however, so that takedown will not be counted. We'll just find out from the marshal's wipe. Okay, that was actually because it timed out. Of course, there was. Okay, just some discussion about how many people were actually active at the time.
Are you okay to do line marshalling? You don't need the rules.
Okay. Okay, I'm not sure if the mic picked up on that, but there have been questions for participation of line marshals because a few things are being missed. The punch in the previous round was actually missed by the field marshal, and of course was illegal at the time and meant that the fighter had to be downed. So I think there'll be a marshals meeting between the end of the female fights and the beginning of the male fights in order to establish how they're moving and how they're observing.
What time do the male fights start?
Danny, 10-minute break.
So there'll be a few minutes now as we go into the final fight of Swords of Sickness versus Armoured Combat Gloucester. Don't go away. Okay, we are back for the final fight of Armoured Combat Gloucester against Swords of Cygnus. So I remind you that this is a best of 3 fights, not rounds. And this will be the final fight of the women's categories today. So ever so slightly behind schedule, but not by much. The men's fights will still begin at 12:30 as scheduled. That's 12:30 British time, and it's probably 1:30 in real money. Anyway, we saw some very aggressive fighting from both teams, and I mentioned in the last round that I feel Armoured Combat Gloucester had more of a team strategy working, but Swords of Cygnus has proved very aggressive and certainly I think the faster of the two teams. And already you can see a good movement, however, from the Armoured Combat Gloucester. You can see how they pick out the teammates to help. So you've got the runners who come in the middle, and although the charge is lacking in effectiveness and strength, and it's a great takedown there for Armoured Combat Gloucester, as already they have one Swords of Cygnus fighter down. And this is nice work from ACG. And you can see that on the left hand side, the sheer strength that is being put down on the ACG fighter, but they're good on their feet and very solid. So in the bottom right hand corner you can see that there is a clinch coming down, and there's some good movement there. The ACG fighter does extremely well to keep on her feet. Outstanding work there at the top of the list. So now this puts ACG in a very, very good position. So Swords of Cygnus are going to want to keep hold of that list, although in the bottom right hand corner they urgently need to get a takedown as quickly as possible in order to make the numbers a bit closer, because right now the ACG have their full team standing as the Swords of Cygnus are down to 3. And so there seems to be a weapon loss on the left side there, but this is still good footwork from the Swords of Cygnus. And again, in the bottom left hand corner you can see some nice evasive work from the ACG fighter, despite having a considerable height disadvantage. And there's some exposed parts of the armour that you can see in the middle of the screen in the left, and that is a big takedown there. And that's some superb work, but there's a big charge coming through. She broke away from that just late. However, she's going to have difficulty with the footwork there. It has been called. A mistake from the marshals there, which has killed the rhythm of the fight. That's a great charge, however, coming through. So manages to get a fighter back. So still 2 Swords of Cygnus fighters against 4 of the ACG fighters now, and with a good takedown there. I think the ACG fighters were a little bit confident, perhaps overconfident in their movement, but of course the bad call of the marshal disrupted the flow and rhythm, so that might have been a distraction also. But still, at this point it's hard to see how Swords of Cygnus are going to get out of this one, because they're being pushed further back into the corner, in which case the ACG will have to work on shifting their legs and stopping the Swords of Cygnus fighters from hooking their arms around the list. So Marshall getting as close as possible to the fight there, and now the ACG are looking to wrap the legs around. So I'm not exactly sure why the ACG fighter was down by the marshal there. I think that will be a topic of discussion, but what it does mean is that the numbers are starting to even out. That's some great movement from the Swords of Cygnus, who now brought it down to 2 versus 2. That's incredible fighting. Well, only moments ago I was saying that it seemed difficult that they were able Well, there seems to be very staggered fighting. There appear to be calls from some of the line marshals about arms being pulled back. Well, they've gone right to the corner here, and it's really hard to pick them apart. There's been a gargantuan effort from the Swords of Cygnus to get out of this, but they're in some trouble here, and they might be able to use some of the down fighters to their advantage. So as they push down, and very, very close there, outstanding! Wow. Well, the
two Cygnus, but we're going to have appeals from Gloucester. There are a few mistakes.
So there. Appeals will come, as has been noted by the head marshal of these proceedings, and some of the calls are being questioned by not only the fighters but also the captain of Armoured Combat Gloucester. So there will be a few minutes to discuss these issues. We'll let you know what the findings are. Of course, from this angle on the screen, which from my position is quite hard to see based on the monitor, but I am fairly close to the list. However, it's still hard to see through the list and see exactly what's happening from this angle. So we'll let you know what the outcome of the appeal is. So, what's happening here is that the round will be refought. So the result of that will be nullified due principally to the call, the mistaken call of the marshal, who called a stop fight. And of course, that, as mentioned while it was happening, it hugely changes the dynamic of the fight. There was also a reset issue, and after the appeals, which were granted by the marshal, the head marshal, it is being refought. So this, of course, again will slightly move us behind schedule, but it means that I say a good takedown there, but just on the left. But both have gone down, so it is 4 versus 4, and it's a very aggressive clinch on the right-hand side. Almost a helmet coming loose. Some good footwork from Armoured Combat Gloucester. So they do have a loose fighter, and their fighter's being warned to watch out, watch for the necks. And I think further down the field, the marshal should get in a little bit closer than that. He's taking his eye off the ball, so they need to be careful of that, although the marshal in the bottom right hand corner is in control of what he's doing, keeping a close eye on how things have gone down. Of course, neither team will be particularly happy about the restart, but that's the way it is. These things can happen. Nobody's infallible. So on the left you can see quite heavy leans from the Armoured Combat Gloucester fighters, and I think there's going to be we're quite close to a takedown on the left, whereas on the right hand corner, I think because they're wedged in, and there appears to be an armour. That is an elbow which has come loose on the Sword of Cygnus fighter, so she'll be bitterly disappointed about that. And of course, quite how the ACG fighter managed to loosen it, I'll never know, but that puts them in a good position. There's some nice work, however, on the right hand side, which you can barely see. So there's some nice movement coming out there. ACG have broken loose. This means that the Sword of Cygnus fighter has there's some distraction between the team captain and the marshal. This truly shouldn't happen during the fights themselves. So it is all on the left-hand side of the list now. And there's some weight being put down on Sword of Cygnus fighter, who manages to get out of that one, but she's fairly lucky to do so. And I think the ACG fighter will get a takedown out of that, but they both go down, which means it is 2 versus 2. And there's some great footwork and grappling in the bottom left-hand corner, but the Sword of Cygnus fighter is not in a good position there. So she breaks around and they get away from the 2 grounded fighters, who of course can cause serious problems to the blind side of the fighters. But that's a good takedown there, and it goes down to 2 versus 1, so of course the fight will continue. So the Sword of Cygnus with 1 fighter to go against. However, I've seen these many a time won by the single fighter before. However, and this time it will not go that way, and the Sword of Cygnus have the 2 remaining fighters. Okay, welcome back, and we are now looking at what should be the final round of the Swords of Cygnus versus Armoured Combat Gloucester. A previous victory going to Swords of Cygnus in the last round. But I've noticed that Armoured Combat Gloucester are getting the early takedowns, and I wonder if that's a strategy problem of Swords of Cygnus, or it's that early burst that ACG have and they've been using to some good effect. And starting off with a lot of aggression, and the ACG fighter actually lifting the Swords of Cygnus, but not quite. I think there would have been a good opportunity for some teamwork there to push back and loosen the fighter, who was actually had the feet off the ground and on the back of the ACG fighter. However, there's a charge in the back, but it's not enough to take down the Swords of Cygnus fighter, who is very good on her feet. And while I think that the and that's a fighter down from Swords of Cygnus, I think that was an accident. Actually, I don't think, just in the bottom right hand corner, I don't think that was a forced error, although I didn't see what was happening behind her from this angle. So this means that ACG have an advantage now, but now we've seen these turn upside down. Again, in most rounds we've seen ACG have or get an early advantage, as they have done in this round. But they need to, when they have the loose runner, the vision's good, but the effectiveness of the charge is not so high. So you've got three different areas of the list. So the top right hand corner, which you can barely see, and all that's happening in the middle. In fact, most of the action has taken place in that area. A lot of pressure being put down in the bottom left hand corner on the ACG fighter, who manages to stay up. Her feet are off the ground. So orders being shouted out, and instructions being shouted out from teammates and team captain. So some good teamwork and good vision from the ACG fighters. However, it was countered by Swords of Cygnus. And I think the experience of knowing where to go, but there's a huge amount of pressure being put down on the bottom left-hand corner of the Swords of Cygnus fighter. And there's an ACG fighter down in the middle of the list, and again I think that was an unforced error. However, they've taken down the Swords of Cygnus fighter at the bottom of the list. And there are more fighters going down very close in the middle there. So the ACG fighter doing extremely well to stay up. Some assistance coming in from her teammate, but is all action even in the top left-hand corner now. So again, it appears to be in ACG's favour now, but not by much. So the Swords of Cygnus fighters have to be careful. There is one grounded fighter at the bottom of the list there, and if they can get the right movement, perhaps they can use that against them, which they're doing now, trying to push them over, and their balance may be mistaken, but that's great footwork from the Armoured Combat Gloucester fighter, who climbs over the Swords of Cygnus. It was a great idea from Swords of Cygnus to use the grounded fighter, but it didn't quite come through. Very good footwork and vision from the ACG fighter. So not long left of this round, very, very close. And you can see that in the middle of the list there is a strong push there from the ACG fighters, who are not managing to take down the fighter there. Oh, good aggression now from Armoured Combat Gloucester. Some movement towards the top of the list there, but this is dangerous now at the bottom of the list. And this is the point where the fatigue comes in, and you can see in the bottom of the list the fighters are moving to the corner, having fought all these rounds, to top fighters at the bottom there. So that's going to take a strong push. Marshall's getting closer and closer, being careful for twisting arms, and now we'll see what the fighters can do on the left hand side of the list. As you can see, a lot of pressure being put down on the ACG fighter, but the Swords of Sickness fighter not managing to break through, so close there, but great footwork from the Armoured Combat Gloucester fighter. So, and time has been called there by the marshal. Another really good round which demonstrates the progress of these two teams in the UK. Now the marshal just deliberating with the point scorer and indeed secretary and organiser of this tournament, Danny George. and we have just 1 minute 26 to fight. So we're looking at some extreme work. That's a big takedown there, however, for ACG. So already with such a strict time limit, they've got a big advantage here. And Swords of Cygnus are going to need to move a lot faster than that in order to even the scores. And it all comes down to this final point, if I'm not mistaken. So these quick takedowns will be extremely important. ACG still with the advantage. Swords of Cygnus not able to get through. And again, some nice movement of outpulling from ACG on the right-hand side. Movement seen, going for the attack. A good charge in, and that's great takedown. Yes, he has gone down. So this is great news for ACG, who are in full control of this round. So with all the pressure of the strict time limit, they're capitalizing on this and now wearing down the Swords of Cygnus. So time, as the clock goes down, ACG get closer and closer. It's a lot of weight on the left-hand side being put on the Swords of Cygnus fighter, and that is it. Time has been called, which brings the round victory to Armoured Combat Gloucester. So that is a victory there for Armoured Combat Gloucester in an epic battle that we weren't expecting to take up so much effort, energy and time. So we will now have a 30-minute break before we start the men's 5 versus 5. Don't go away. Welcome back to the Honour Arms tournament. We are now underway with the men's 5 versus 5 categories Buhurt League Challenger status. The first fight is a team that needs very little introduction, of course, White Company, and they will be against Three Towers, much more recently created, a team who certainly have a bit of height about them. So the line marshals have been reorganised, and there were a couple of small qualms with marshal decisions in the previous fight, but that has been addressed and sorted. So we've got 5 teams in the men's category. It's White Company, Three Towers, Primus, Armoured Combat Gloucester and Invicta. So some fresh blood and also some very experienced teams, and straight away we see huge blows coming down. You can see actually that the Three Towers have chosen to use halberds, and a great thundering very close to a takedown there. That was quite lucky of the Three Towers fighter to hook onto the back of the list. That is happening there. Some good movement and some huge strikes coming down on the experienced White Company fighter. There's some good movement there. Comes crashing to the floor. That is superb vision there from White Company, who are now hammering down on the Three Towers fighters, who, to be fair, are doing well, but that's another one down. White Company in control of the fight at this early stage, and the use of the halberds, which is something less frequent. Of course, the Three Towers team preferred those halberds coming in, but of course they do have 3 grounded fighters, and it's just 2 left. And on the left, the fight has been called. So that's first round to White Company, who have 5 fighters standing, therefore they take the round 5-0. And you can also see the speed of the White Company fighters. It's as if they haven't been on a break at all. So Lukasz Kowal just checking that everything is okay with the fighters who are still in. But the Three Towers fighters, I think they will gain some valuable experience from this, and also in seeing how more experienced teams such as White Company works as a unit rather than just individual fighters. And I think that with the Three Towers fighters, if they gel a little bit and they stay a little bit closer to each other, because if you see the start of this, you have 2 down the right flank, 1 in the middle and 2 down the left flank in White Company, whereas Three Towers are far more spread out. And although there is the runner in check, and that's a good move from the central fighter of the Three Towers, who managed to push Lukasz Kowal against the list, and that's a good charge there, and he has a size advantage, but of course Lukasz Kowal very good on his feet. There is already a fighter, 2 fighters taken down from Three Towers. So again, great teamwork. There is a loose fighter there in the middle, and the runner, Captain Lukasz Kowal, who is not interested in engaging with the runner, but of course the teammate is available for the leg strikes coming down, and now he has 2 fighters holding against him, is forced out, which means that there are just 2 of the 3 fighters towers standing. White Company now, again, you can see the way that they work on, particularly in the bottom right hand corner. They're aiming for the leg shots as well as the head strikes, and is barely standing up. This is very brave work from the Three Towers fighter, and that is a fight called, as on the top left-hand corner, the Three Towers fighter was taken down. So that is a 5-0 victory, and both rounds go to White Company for the first victory in the men's 5 versus 5 category. Well, they are favourites here. However, they will have their mettle tested by some of the new fighters and some very experienced fighters in some of the teams here. So the next 2 teams, in fact, well experienced teams, well travelled teams, you have Primus, who will face Armoured Combat Gloucester. And of course, you saw their female fighters earlier get the victory against Swords of Cygnus. Again, I remind you, there are 5 men's teams. So, of course, the advantage of that is that they do get a 1-fight break. Nobody will have to fight two fights consecutively. And we started pretty much on time here. This should take us to 4 o'clock, but of course it depends if everything runs smoothly. Some minor medical attention needed just for a cut to the hand of one of the Three Towers fighters, but it doesn't look too bad. It's more of a graze, quite a heavy graze actually looking for it. However, we get straight underway with Armoured Combat Gloucester against Primus. They're 2 fairly evenly matched teams. It's hard to call. That's a great move there. A big thrust from Primus, thumping the ACG fighter down. 2 go down on the centre left of the list there. And this is some good movement. Slightly clumsy there. However, nice footwork from the ACG fighter, who is chased down by the Primus fighter at the back of the list. Now on the right here, you can see some big strides coming down on the ACG fighter, who is able to break free. And that's some great movement. A huge strike coming in, but they do both go down at the bottom of the list there, which means there is just these 2, and Primus take the first round with 2 fighters remaining. So a very energetic first round between Primus and Armoured Combat Gloucester. Some big strikes there, and 2 of the ACG fighters were caught out by the power of those Primus strikes. But still, the first round, the teams have to get themselves organised and get themselves together. So the fighter's just been reminded not to get up until the marshal authorises it. This is something which is not a deviation from the rules, but it can easily be forgotten in a fight. People want to get up and restart as soon as possible. So again, the same aggression shown by Primus, but that's a nice movement there. ACG fighter already down on the left-hand side of the list. But still some great movement, and the Primus fighters hounding down the ACG fighters, who goes crashing to the ground in the right-hand side of the list, which means that now strikes can be taken down at the bottom right-hand corner, whereas there are other clinches still occurring in the middle and to the left of the list. And there's some good leg work here, holding on in the bottom right. Of course, you can't see because of the marshal. And be careful of the ground. And fighters, a lovely takedown there on the left of the screen by the Primus fighter. A great hip toss. So in the bottom right hand corner, the ACG fighter is not going down very easily. However, I think is out of the list now, and the marshal has said that that fighter is no longer counted, and that concludes the second round with a resounding victory to Primus. So, the marshal speaking to the secretary and organiser about certain situations.
So,
The next fight, you may recognize the black and grey of a well-experienced team of Invicta. And they face White Company in the next fight, which will start in just a few moments. And the first two fights over fairly quickly. So the marshal will take a few moments to make sure all the line marshals are ready and prepared. So just an adjustment to some of the time. Again, the fight will not start until the marshal has called it. The marshal is ready, and of course, which means all the line marshals must be ready too. And we are now underway with Invicta being slightly cautious, and then in the middle, chased down by the White Company captain, who pushes them right back to the end of the list. And on the right, now some close clinches. Now this is a good start by Invicta. White Company perhaps a little more careful in their start, but striking back very aggressively. You can see Daniel Winter on the right hand side with the saber that he chooses to use, one of the few fighters at this level who uses that weapon. It's got a very big strike force, but also a great pro fighter himself, and already there is one fighter down at the top right hand corner of the list, so White Company have an advantage. And you can see the precision on the right hand side of the strikes from Daniel Winter, aiming at the leg, the back of the leg, but extremely careful and precise not to hit the back of the knee, while his teammate goes for a leg sweep. And an Invicta fighter moves towards the back there, but the speed of Lukasz Kowal chases him down. So there's some good movement there, and there is an Invicta fighter down on the right there. A great kick coming in to the back of the leg of the Invicta fighter at the back of the list now. So with three fighters hammering down, that is the end of the fight. The round, excuse me. Well, a careful start there. White Company do well to have 5 of their fighters remaining. Invicta going loose, and there will be a short break. Check for. I think it's just a marshal's check. So, look to round 2 of White Company versus Invicta. It's interesting to see that White Company don't use their style so religiously, which involves movement of 2 fighters from the start of the fight, the 1 runner in the middle, and 2 fighters along the lists. On the left you see that they're a lot closer, but on the right they are a little bit further out. Sometimes it can be one behind the other, which is a tactic they've used at Buhurt Prime before. Similar style to Bearpaw and other of the biggest teams, which of course White Company are. And White Company struggling to get to grips with some of the Invicta fighters who are perhaps not excelling at the team space. Some great evasive movement, however, on the right of the list, and there's a charge there which comes in, knocks the White Company fighter to the edge of the list, and there's an Invicta fighter down at the top right hand corner. Some good movement, however, from this Invicta fighter, who needs to be very careful as he gets greeted by the White Company fighter coming in down, who is pushed into the bottom of the list, and that has been called by the marshal. I think that may just be Okay, so there's been space given for perhaps a loose helmet or something. So the fight restarts now. Invicta get a chance to reassess the space that they're using, but it's going to be quite difficult from here with the fighters already down. And there's some life movement and a lovely takedown on the right hand side there of the list. A beautiful swing and hip toss from David Dicek. So White Company with a strong victory there. Invicta, however, demonstrating some really good movement and a lot of aggression of their fighters. So they're picking their spaces well, perhaps could be doing more with using their team members. But that was good work from them. I think there's a lot of promise from the Invicta fighters. So there will be a 5-minute break now. 5 minutes, as we are ahead of schedule. So do not go away. We'll be right with you. And the next fight will be Three Towers versus Primus. Three Towers on the back of a loss against White Company in the first fight. And Primus, of course, with that victory over Armour Combat Gloucester. So just 5 minutes and we will rejoin the fights. apologise about that. We rejoined Primus and Three Towers, who have got two fighters who go crashing to the ground. Primus demonstrating a great level of experience and aggression, and they are a well decorated team. So pushing up towards the left of the list at the moment. And there's a lot of pressure being hammered down on the fighter just at the top left, who goes down. So Primus now well in control of the fight. I think they lose a fighter, and that is a first round victory to Primus. And Marshall will call. So efficient work. I think that it tipped at the point where the two Three Towers fighters were taken down at the same time, and then of course everything moved to one side of the list, and at that point Primus were in a great position to finish it off, and as they did in a short space of time. So we are well ahead of schedule. So there'll be this fight, and after this fight we will have the Armoured Combat Gloucester and Invicta fight, and after that we'll have another short break of 5 minutes to spread it out. Remember, we've got the men's 12 versus 12 happening after this. It looks like the original idea of having a 4:45 start for the 12s will be brought forward, as will the award ceremony at the end, as we're getting through these fights fairly rapidly. So to spread it out, and there will be very short breaks. So we go on to round 2 of Three Towers versus Primus. And a big start there on the left of the list. And Primus pushing through, but they're spreading out quite a way. And it seems to have frozen in the middle. Both fighters a little bit tentative there, and a Three Towers fighter goes down on the right of the list. A good start here from Primus, but the fight there will have quite a lot to do in the corner, the near corner of the ground, and that's a good takedown, however, from Primus. So further movement coming in, and some great aggression on the left-hand side of the list there. However, you can see on the right, there's also some nice footwork from the Three Towers fighter, who manages not to get tripped by the grounded fighters, and I think that's been called. So that brings a victory to Primus. And they'll be happy with the efficiency of their fighting. Okay, you rejoin us now for Armoured Combat Gloucester versus Invicta, a fairly evenly matched fight. And you can see there's some great movement. There's a weapon being lost by one of the ACG fighters who has to rush back to get it. Of course, it can't be brought to him, or the movement of the squire assisting with the weapon cannot change. But there is some great aggression shown on the right hand side there, and an ACG fighter has already been taken down. A big strike and rush coming in from the Invicta fighters, and there's a great charge which has come in there, however gone straight against the list. Now, this is good work from Invicta, now working down the fighters, and that is another ACG fighter who has gone down. Still, you have at the top right hand corner of the screen and the bottom where the clinches are happening. So Invicta, with the advantage of numbers here, need to capitalise on it, and you can see where the halberdier has actually changed the position to work on the strikes on the back of the ACG fighter, who manages to stay up from the attack coming in. Well, Invicta needing to use their free fighters a little bit more effectively, but this is good work from them, and they're bringing it to the further towards the centre of the list, which keeps it open. And a great head strike there from the Invicta fighter, and that's an attempted trip on the top corner. Now the movement has come up, and there's an Invicta fighter gone down, but they've both gone down there. So Invicta still with the advantage of numbers, and you can see just in the corner you have a lot of pressure coming down on the ACG fighter, and I think the marshals have allowed that to continue. I think it was broken there for a moment. So Invicta in control, but still not able to take down the ACG fighters. You can see just in the corner. And, just from the live stream, you can see the top, or the bottom left-hand corner. I'm sorry, where the action is happening. There's a lot of weight coming down on the ACG fighter now, who is taking a lot of weight, but still managing to stay up somehow, and that has been called. So, victory there to Invicta, and quite a good round there, fairly evenly matched. Some really good striking from Invicta. But something has to be said also for the ACG fighters, who are really withstanding quite a lot of punishment, but giving as much as they got. A very aggressive team, ACG. So I think gluing together, as we saw with the women's team earlier, a bit more of that, and I think they could come back in this next round. So there is a marshal's warning for language used, which of course is part of the rules. It's a sign of sportsmanship and respect. So there'll be a verbal warning against Armoured Combat Gloucester. Well, of course, these things can slip out, of course, in the heat of the moment as we get it the second round underway. And again, a careful start in the center, whereas on the sides it breaks off slightly more loose in terms of tactics. And already there are two fighters down. There is the Invicta fighter being told to take a knee because he was down. His weight was on him as well. A great charge there that comes in and slightly ineffective, going a little bit too high on the lunge, which of course just charges the fighter into the list. So still even at the moment. That's on the right hand side, and indeed on the left hand side, all the clinches move down towards the corners, but of course that's just going to make their task all the more difficult when there is more support there. Some great leg pressure and a great push out there from Invicta, who get the ACG fighter out on the right hand side of the screen. So an advantage for Invicta. And trying to go for aggressive leg sweeps there. You can see this impressive work. Didn't have the full impact this time, but it was a great vision, a great idea. And no urgency on the Invicta fighter as his teammate gets out of a grapple. So the fighters in fact just talking with each other to check that they are okay and okay to carry on. And the strikes coming into the head of the opponent, but he does have the support of the corner of the list, and that is going to make it all the more difficult for them, whereas on the left hand side there is a little bit more free movement. Well, the ACG fighters managing to get a little bit of space. A lot of resilience shown there, but Invicta not capitalizing on their advantage as it is, although it's understandable that fatigue will start to settle in. The need to show some aggression a lot more quickly, and in order to get the two fighters down who go in the corner there, so an Invicta fighter and ACG fighter both go down. The Invicta fighter checks that he is okay, as that has been called as the end of the round. Again, a fairly close fight between these two very evenly matched teams, and this will take us to another 5-minute break. The next fight, don't go away, will be White Company against Primus. So a much anticipated fight coming up between these two very strong teams. And so far, one could argue that it's gone more or less as expected, but we've seen certain moments from teams which have really shone out. The movement of the Armoured Combat Gloucester team leaves an impression that they're very well aware of their spaces, and that's a result of training. The Invicta has sort of shown the aggression, but perhaps not used as much of the space as they could have done. But that, of course, that's not to their detriment at all. Three Towers having quite a time here, but they're using the lengthy weapons. They're using the halberds to keep their distance and use their strength. And they do have a height advantage, and there are some enormous fighters. And I think we'll still see something come of that. Excuse me, I'm now being fed jelly beans, which is just great. Okay, so just give us a couple of minutes. We'll be right back with White Company versus Primus. Okay, we get underway. White Company against Primus. As mentioned before, highly anticipated fight here. Two teams who know each other very well, having fought at home and abroad. And you can just see the aggression there, but there's already a Primus fighter who's been taken down. But if you look at the right, you can see a lot of strong opposition coming from Primus. And White Company not quite getting that connection. Looking for, however, he does. And it is now an advantage to White Company, who on the right, as you can see, slug away at the Primus fighters, and already that is called. Well, White Company knew that they would have to get their A game out for this one, and that's exactly what they did. Superb teamwork, excellent show of strength. And Primus will be looking to come back, perhaps a little closer to each other. The movement of White Company is becoming increasingly more difficult to read. And I think that's what makes them such a strong team. It's how versatile they are and how able they are to change their tactics depending on the tournament, depending on the opponent. And you feel that their formation would be quite different were they up against Prague Trolls, Bearpaw, and teams of that like. But we get under round 2. And already there's a lot of pressure being put down on the Primus fighter on the left-hand side of the list. And that is one fighter down already. So a good charging movement and a great charge kick there, which takes down one of the Primus fighters. So now White Company looking to finish this off quickly and being cautious in the left there. And that is it. White Company with a resounding victory. So they remain undefeated. Well, the next fight we see will be Armoured Combat Gloucester against Three Towers. So I think White Company regrouping just behind here, satisfied enough with their performance. Now, both these teams coming up, Three Towers and Armoured Combat Gloucester, have had a few difficulties in this tournament so far, and they'll be both looking for the first victory. But again, it means that there will be a fairly even fight. Let's see what they can do. I think in terms of teamwork, Armoured Combat Gloucester have the edge, which is owing to their experience. But Three Towers, I mean, they've got a lot of strength, a lot of power about them. We've seen that they haven't really had the chance to demonstrate this. And I think that if they can read the tactics of ACG, then they'll get a chance to that. And I think it could be fairly close, but of course we'll see. We're marshalling a lot more fluid in these fights, and it's well organized by the head marshal here, and of course overseen by the secretary and organizer of the event. As we go now to round 1 of Armoured Combat Gloucester in the black and red against Three Towers in the black and orange. Already there's one ACG fighter down. I think there's just down to some bad footing there. However, there are 2 who go down at that, and that is fairly clumsy fighting, but of course the list on the grass does become more slippery at this point, and there is another ACG fighter who is on the ground, appears to be in some discomfort. So Three Towers now with an advantage, and in the left-hand corner, hammering down on the ACG fighters, and now they get the chance to show their strength, and that is called. So a big victory there for Three Towers, their first round in this tournament. Well, was fairly rapid, but I think the Three Towers tried more to smother them, and of course there were two fighters, one ACG and one Three Towers fighters, who went down towards the back of the list. But they may have been a fall. Still, I think the teamwork that I'd been mentioning before that was kind of lost, and I think the ACG were kind of taken by surprise to some extent. That said, fairly evenly matched, and I think we'll see a difference in the approach from ACG, whereas I think the Three Towers will be happy to continue in the same way that they started, but because they are using more halberds, they do need to check their distance, of course, when they're in clinches. The only thing they can use them for is pulling down. They can't hack and use it as a teamwork instrument. And still, again, going straight to the right of it. And good footwork from the ACG fighter in the middle, who manages to stay up. And there's a great hip toss, superb takedown there from the ACG fighter, who cheers himself on that, and rightly so. That's an outstanding takedown. So, Armoured Combat Gloucester with an advantage. And they've moved to the sides now. And there is a breakaway. You have the loose fighter who is charging quite ineffectively, but does get round the back of the Three Towers fighter. This is good pressure now from Armoured Combat Gloucester, who lose a fighter of their own. And the a loss of the gauntlet means that the Three Towers fighter is out. Two have gone down at the top left. So it is still very, very close. On the right, there is a clinch, which is very close in itself, and you can see the amount of pressure that the Three Towers fighter, the enormous fighter, is putting on the ACG fighter, but not managing to pull down. It is held on well to the side of the list. Whereas on the left-hand side, you can see a very interesting position there where the ACG fighter is trying to push the Three Towers fighter down and somehow manages to stay up. But this is going to be difficult for Three Towers now. So, Armoured Combat Gloucester, the aggressors in this round. And there's some big kicks and strikes coming in. Three Towers somehow still standing up, but on the right there is still that clinch, and there's a big swerve movement from the Three Towers fighter trying to get the Armoured Combat Gloucester fighter down. Still the two ACG fighters on the left focusing on that one fighter, whereas there's now been a breakaway, and this will come charging into the ACG fighter, again thrusting into the side of the list. So this means that it is all happening in the same area. This is going to make it very, very difficult, and what they will do now is try to put some of the pressure as the marshal calls for a break, and will now call the restart of the fight. It's fairly unclear as to why, and there's a big thrust down now. The Three Towers fighter manages to avoid tripping over the grounded fighter. So this moves now to the more open space, but of course the fighter's not wanting to give away too much air and too much possibility. Of course, Three Towers having a height advantage. So there is a buckler which has gone down now. Therefore the Three Towers fighter will have to gain a weapon, and he goes for an axe this time. Interesting choice given the numbers. But there's a grapple in the middle, and a weapon has been lost already. A great toss throw. And that's very good work from Three Towers. And now this fight is very, very close. So the Three Towers fighters punishing the ACG fighters now, who'd aim for a takedown. It's very difficult to see for the marshal what exactly is happening there. And the marshal telling them to carry on. It hasn't been stopped. Well, right down to the wire this is coming. There's a great pushing from ACG, and they try to get wrap his leg around the fighter, and that's going to be difficult to negotiate, although a good pull and a lot going into this from the ACG fighter, who can't quite get those strikes in fact neither, because of the shape of this clinch. But there's punishment coming in. The Three Towers fighter comes down, and they're both ready to go out, and that's a great victory there for ACG. What a superb round. Well, that is possibly the most exciting round we've seen, and the closest round we've seen in this tournament so far. Right from that start, that epic takedown, which I'm sure we'll see many times again. Three Towers really deserved a lot there, but they just could not overcome the resilience of Armoured Combat Gloucester. So, and we have the first fight of the tournament, which goes to the first fight of the men's, which goes to the third round. It's interesting to see such different tactics, but both pulling out results, which means that questions can be asked about how they will approach this third round. I think both teams will try to go for the same thing, although watch in the middle at the start for the runner fighters. In the bottom right of the screen, you have the runner who took down the fighter in the air. I think he'll try to go for that again, but the thing is, you can't let this sort of thing go to your head. Yes, it was an epic takedown, but they don't happen very often like that. So it's going to be interesting to see if he goes for it again by risking it, which could bring results, or if he works more with his team. Either way, ACG fought an incredible round and thoroughly deserved that victory. So I think there's just a minor adjustment to some of the armour of the ACG fighter down towards the bottom right. I have to be careful about these things. There are a lot of loose laces, in fact, so all fighters need to be very aware of this. Not been too many armour failures, but of course, as we all know, the attention to these details is extremely high before the start of the fight. This is I remind, this is a Buhurt League tournament, therefore there cannot be any mistakes with the weapons check and the armour check. And of course, there's a responsibility of the fighters to ensure that their armour is sufficient before the fight. But again, there have been a couple of loose pieces of armour from exposing hands. A helmet came off earlier, an elbow came loose, but generally it's been fairly tight. So a huge charge now. Oh, that takes them both down. It was a great idea, and that's a nice takedown there for Three Towers, who burst straight into the side. Well, that initial charge was risky, and it was almost a suicide move. It was fairly predictable, but it was done. And there's some great aggression coming through here. Now, the ACG somehow managing to stay on their feet. Superb work in the bottom right-hand corner. The fighter now in all kinds of trouble, however, but keeping his footwork was extremely impressive. On the left-hand side, a huge lean from the Three Towers fighter, who appears to be having trouble there. It might be pushed down, is somehow clinging on, but has now gone down. ACG now evening it out. So It's very, very close at this point, but the Three Tower Fighters seize the approach of the ACG fighter. It's big movement. Now the ACG fighter has gone down. This is very close now. Three Towers may come out with the victory here, but they've been told to continue fighting. There's been a stop for some reason, not clear why. The marshals told them to continue fighting. It's an advantage for Three Towers at the moment as they switch the loose fighter, who will start hacking away on the ACG fighter on the left of the list, as you see. But there are a lot of loose fighters on the ground, which could prove very difficult in terms of movement. So crossing from one clinch to the other has been made that much more difficult. Great footwork, however. It has now gone down, so in fact both fighters have been called out because the Three Towers fighter lost his armor. So, having achieved that takedown, we are left with one clinch remaining. And that has been called, well, again, another really, really close fight. And that is a victory for Three Towers. So close. Well, we really got a show out of these two teams. Very evenly matched. A lot of desire to fight, will to win, and determination. Well, you've got to love these 3-round fights. And that was superb. Don't go away, we will just have another 5-minute break as we are ahead of schedule, but don't go away because coming up after this we have, well, let me just check, it should be Primus and Invicta. So don't go away, a 5-minute break. You rejoin us now as we go into Invicta versus Primus, another two teams who know each other well experienced. Primus having quite a good run so far. So we've seen some great action thus far in the tournament. The experienced teams demonstrating why they've been so successful, and of course the less experienced teams so round one, Invicta versus Primus, and it's some even match, some big strikes coming down. However, you can see the two-handed falchion of the Primus fighter to the right of the screen there, and that was a well anticipated move, so an interception by the Primus fighter, but Invicta breaking loose. And there's very, very close action there. It seems there's a fighter down on the knee on the right hand side, and on the left hand side there's a Primus fighter who's taking all kinds of punishment, but the teammates are coming in, and there is an Invicta fighter down on the right. Evenly matched teams, so a lot coming down to the fighter on the right. And see on the left you've got three evenly spaced clinches, but there was one in the back where the Invicta fighter is somehow managing to hold on. He's got half his head out of the list. So moving across, good vision and invasive move from the Invicta fighter. However, it is observed by the Primus fighter, and they're breaking out of these clinches without too many trouble. But at this point at the bottom of the list, you can see some of the, one of the fighters who was caught out by them. So all happening at the left, apart from this one clinch on the top right hand corner. As the pace of the fight changes, and still some big strikes coming through, and it does change the pace of the clinches, and I think they need to do more leg work rather than the strikes, because they're more likely to wear themselves down in that way. But it does move out, and again a nice use of space. So Invicta moving back, they're right into their own area, but there's a nice clinch and there's some good movement there, and the Primus get a good takedown there, so that calls it. Well, some close points there, and although Primus did get the 5-point victory, they certainly had to work for it. I think we'll see some more from Invicta in the second round. So we are in the later stages of the men's 5 versus 5. After this we'll have White Company versus Armoured Combat Gloucester, and the final fight will be between Three Towers and Invicta. So we're moving ahead of schedule at the moment. There will be of course a break between the men's 5 versus 5 and the men's 12 versus 12, but we'll give you the time schedule on that, which of course it was originally scheduled for 4:45, but it'll be way ahead of that at this rate. So we have the second round of Primus versus Invicta, and as mentioned, White Company ACG after that. Marshall now calling for the second round of Primus versus Invicta. Already Primus with the early strikes. More careful approach and close-knit approach, and that was quite clumsy vision from the Primus fighter, who took an easy shot to the head of the right-hand side. And it's loose in the middle, but I think it may break into separate clinches rather than bunching up too much. And the runners in the middle, Invicta managing to hold on in the bottom right-hand side corner of the list. So, and the runner still being hounded down, and the Primus fighter saw that one coming on the left-hand side of the screen from the halberdier. There is a charge there, but it's not likely to come to anything. Again, charging straight into the list. A lot of energy spent for such a move, which may cost, and however he's taken down the Primus fighter. That's superb work from Invicta. So, an advantage now for Invicta, as in the bottom hand corner, right hand corner, there was a lot of pressure coming to the Primus fighter from the two Invicta fighters who haven't quite latched onto the idea of grappling. The leg that he has now, he's trying to get to it. So if they can prize, as he's doing, prize the Primus fighter away from the corner, then it will give them advantage. But the Primus fighter is looking to find the weak spots on their legs as well, and where the pressure is being held. And there is an Invicta fighter down on the left hand side of the list. Very evenly matched. So a nice charge and knee to the head there. And this is good teamwork now from Primus in the bottom right hand corner. There's a breakaway, however. So the Primus fighter can now chase down the Invicta fighter, who gets back to claim a weapon. Well, that was very close. And there is another Invicta fighter down on the left. Primus now taking their time. They're not in a hurry to find the positions, provided they aren't leaving any of their fighters at risk. You can see now the marshal's being very careful. Then the fighter's been called there. And that means, to the marshal's count, is a victory for Primus. Well, they had the first fighter down, and they had a lot to come back to. So Invicta, although they'll be disappointed not to get the victory there, they've got a lot to take from that, and there's a lot of good fighting, and that early takedown was really impressive, and it's a demonstration of their skill and experience. Fairly rapid changeover, which means we'll get underway very soon with Armour Combat Gloucester versus White Company. And this is the second to last fight. The last one, the 10th fight, will be Three Towers versus Invicta. White Company looking to make this a clean sheet. ACG fighter mentioning a loose part of the armour, which has been permitted as it's intended as that, but there's a final check going on from the marshal. Although this is a smaller tournament, the conditions have been quite good. So, can Gloucester get anything back against White Company? As they have that halberdier who goes into Lucas Caval, and they break off that runner. But there is a very good takedown there from the number 2 of Pavel Korczak, as they start to wear down Armoured Combat Gloucester. And you can see the aggression of White Company. This is very, very good fighting. However, ACG not afraid to get stuck in, and there's a leg going in. However, it won't last very long, and the round has been called. So a clean victory there for White Company.
White Company, 5.
So it's hard to place ACG in terms of what they need to change approaching the second round. But one thing for me, and it's easy for me to say this, but of course if they keep a bit closer together they might have a better chance against White Company. It was absolutely right of them to try and hold down the runner as they did in that last round. So in terms of those tactics, I think they're right to do so, and they should maintain that strategy. But the fighters on the sides need to be closer into each other. They're going to rely on that. Listen, you can see on the right hand side they're a little bit loose and they could have bunched up together, and see right then the White Company fighters have managed to split them up already. And as you can see, there are already ACG fighters going down. The White Company fighters straddling the fighter to get him down. Very effective, and that is it. And that is a very, very quick victory for the experienced White Company fighters. And that the fastest round so far at only 19 seconds. Well, that's White Company. So there is now one fight remaining in the men's 5 versus 5. And White Company have established their position as the number 1 team. So before the final fight of the men's 5 versus 5, there will just be a short break of just a few minutes, just 5 minutes maximum. And then we'll take a longer break after that before the men's 12 versus 12. So still got plenty of action ahead of us today. Apologies about that. We now get underway with the final fight of the men's 5 versus 5. This is Three Towers versus Invicta. And although we saw a few rookie mistakes on the Three Towers, saying they already have an Invicta fighter down. Invicta slightly sluggish in their approach in previous fights, and some big strikes coming down from the Three Towers fighters who will be enthused after that brilliant 3-round fight against ACG. They're slowed down slightly here, but there's still a lot happening. And as it goes down to the sides of the list, there was a great charge coming on the left-hand side, and both of the fighters have gone down there in a huge crunch, which has actually bent the falchion of the Three Towers fighter, the Invicta fighter. So it's still evenly matched, but again, you can see on the right-hand side, the Three Towers fighter could put a bit more into it, but there's a lot going into that move now. The knee very close to the ground, also at the back of the list, and both fighters have gone down, unfortunately, in that clinch on the right-hand side, and I feel that with a bit more experience, the Three Towers fighter could actually have that. That's a great charge coming in there from Three Towers. That's very, very good movement, and the fight is called there. Good first-round victory for Three Towers against Invicta. Well, there was always a question of whether the experience of Invicta would outlast some of the moves of the Three Towers fighters, who do certainly have a big height advantage, and Invicta is slightly sluggish, as I mentioned in some of the previous fights. But I think Three Towers have certainly got their game together, and there were some big strikes coming in, and there is an Invicta fighter at the back of the list who appears to be in some discomfort but is getting to his feet now. The Three Towers fighter just checking on him to ensure he's okay. So a very aggressive start to that round, though it did start to wear them down quite quickly. So a substitution for this second round. And there were a few weapons being caught in the clinches in that last round. Of course, not intentionally, but it's simply how the position of their hand was at that time, and of course the other bodies locking in. So we now look for the start, and the marshals just making their final checks to some of the helmets of the incoming fighters who have made the substitutions for Three Towers. Invicta seem happy and ready to start. So this will be big news for Three Towers if they come away with a victory here. And the marshal now calls for the next round of Invicta versus Three Towers. Again, a more careful approach this time. Not quite the rush that we've seen. And already there was a Three Towers fighter down. Invicta being a lot more careful here. A charge coming in, but not reaching round on the left-hand side of the list. But they do have advantage of fighters now, and this is good work from Invicta as a Three Towers fighter charges away and boulders an Invicta fighter out of the list. So this is very even and very, very aggressive. Huge strikes coming in from the Invicta striker there, who helps his teammate out around him, and that's some good move. Both fighters going down there, so one apiece falling down, and that makes things very difficult for the fighters on the left-hand side of the list now, tearing them away. But again, both fighters going down, and they need to work on that grappling game, both teams certainly, but this means that it's still fairly even. So you can barely see what is happening at the top right of the list as they are really all together, but you've got two Invicta fighters who will be trying to pull down that big Three Towers fighter, but they have to be careful because the more they strike, then they can come loose and mistakes can be made. There is a grounded fighter there who may become problematic if they let their attention slip. Good strike there to the head of the Three Towers fighter, but he is a big man and they're going to need everything they can to take him down. Leg sweeps coming into play there, but again, such a sizable fighter, he's good on his feet. He now has a leg locked, so if they can now try to pull him back from one side. And no strikes able to come through at this point, although the Invicta fighter in red, who is pulling down on the fighter, and I think this will end fairly soon if they continue like this. But they are locked in at the moment. Some strikes coming through against the shoulder of the Three Towers fighter. And if they can move it a little further back, still have hold of that leg, but it is in deadlock at the moment. A push for energy from Invicta. Can they use some of their experience to pull down this fighter now? They will need to pull back a bit, but again, as you can see, they've been fighting for the last couple of hours. And that does, of course, take its toll, even with a relatively small tournament with only the 5 teams here. But this is taking all of the energy of the fighters. The Three Towers fighter holding on, and 2 Invicta fighters really struggling to get their opponent down. All kinds of instructions being shouted at the fighters, who are going to find it difficult to do anything about it. Really, it's a lot easier said than done, but yes, there is one free leg that they could try to work on. And of course, holding on to the list is not going to help. All the weight of the Invicta fighter now being put down on the fighters, who has a loose leg and is standing on the leg, and they have to be careful not to thrust the back of the knee. And that is very close, holding on, and that is it. Invicta come away with a victory there. Hard fought. Very, very even. We go now to the 3rd round of this fight. Very evenly matched, and it's good to see Invicta come back after that first round loss, but it's all to play for, and it's great to have a lot of action in the final fight of the men's 5 versus 5.
Yes.
Substitutions have been made. So that will have taken a lot out of both teams there. Some fighters today have received a little medical attention, but nothing serious. So we are ready for the 3rd and final round of the last of the men's 5 versus 5 fights. Although we are well out of schedule, there will be a break after this, and I'll confirm exactly by how long before we get into the men's 12 versus 12, which will be the final category of the day. Marshall is ready to start round 3. And already some big moves, very, very close to falling over. And already there's a Three Towers fighter who's gone to the ground. And the list taking some serious damage there from the thrust, and it looks like Invicta now have a really good advantage. So this will be very interesting to see how Invicta can take advantage of this. But they need to regroup and open their vision. A lot of people calling out from where they should go and what they should do. And they should be seeing this themselves. And on the left of the list, you can see that there's another Three Towers fighter who has gone down. This is all advantage for Invicta now, coming right back into it, but taking their time. So it's going to be hard to get round to the Three Towers fighter in the bottom right-hand side, corner, excuse me, of the list, who is firmly wedged against that corner, and the Invicta fighter is going to need to loosen him up if they are to get that, unless of course they can get the fighter in the top of the list on the right-hand side, which you can barely see. So I'm kind of blind spotted at the top right-hand corner, but you can just see how they have held the Three Towers fighters. In the bottom right-hand corner, they're happy to hold him there for a while, trying to lock the legs around, but I suspect that will not move very far for some time, if at all. The Three Towers fighter still trying to loosen the arm of the Invicta fighter in the bottom corner, but heavily pushed there. A lot of pressure on those fighters, and that is it. It is called. So Invicta come right back for a victory. So that is it for the men's 5 versus 5, and it is a solid victory for Invicta against Three Towers, who have had a good tournament. And of course, that first round you saw was very, very impressive fighting on their part. Although you could see the experience, there were no unnecessary risks taken with that. Therefore, we will be looking at a start for the 12 versus 12 at 3 o'clock, which gives us, just check that time. That will take us to about 45 minutes before the start of the men's 12 versus 12. So there will be a 45-minute break now. Please come back and join us at 3 o'clock British time, and we will see you there. So don't go away. Welcome back to Honour Arms here just outside Rochdale in the northwest of England. And earlier today we saw the women's 5 versus 5, which was won by Armoured Combat Gloucester, and of course the men's 5 versus 5. Out of the 5 teams, White Company, who were the favourites, they had a clean sweep with their fights. So now we go to the 12 versus 12. The most interesting fact about White Company is that there are not 12 of them, and they're perfectly happy about that. So the other teams, of course, you can see will have a mix. They'll be blended, and there will be a short break between fights. But this first fight will be between White Company, who, as you can see, they've got their additional fighter, who is in red, who will be joining them on a full-time basis. They're facing up against the Primus group, who finished second in the men's 5 versus 5 tournament. And although there may be favourites for this, there's been some really impressive work from Primus, a very aggressive team, and demonstrated their experience, of which they have a lot, in the men's 5 versus 5. So it'd be interesting to see how they adapt to the 12 versus 12 format, although they do have experience, albeit a lot more brief, in this category. The Buhurt League tournaments now feature the 12 versus 12 in all categories. Don't forget, we've got the Buhurt League Masters tournament coming up on the 12th of September. That will be held in the northwest of Italy. That'll also be out on live stream, so don't miss out on that. I should be commentating for that, but that remains to be seen just yet, as COVID restrictions have been lifted for quarantine, so it means that people will be able to travel a lot more easily, certainly from the UK. This does make a difference for White Company also, but that news we've just received this morning, so that will be effective as of this coming Tuesday. Still, we can't get too carried away about the Masters tournament. We still have plenty to see in a tournament here at Honour Arms, where we are ahead of schedule, and it's likely that the 12 versus 12 will be finished in about 40 minutes or so, perhaps less. There will be a 5-minute break between the fights, as of course you'll have some teams who will be fighting consecutively, and that's a great charge there from both teams, who get stuck into each other in a very, very central line. There are clinches on the sides, and I think Primus will do well to take part in those. And you can see the fighter Barney, and there's already one Primus fighter down. However, that is easily seen by the Primus fighter coming in from the centre, who charges in, but is smothered by White Company. And there's another fighter who comes down, and a weapon has been lost, giving Primus a chance to get involved quite quickly and push the White Company fighter right to the back. Remember that Primus do have the advantage in numbers, but White Company, with all the experience, and in fact a White Company fighter, I think will be grounded, having lost some great pressure there from the White Company captain Lukasz Kowal at the bottom of the list. White Company now in control of this, and the fight has been called. So, a victory there for White Company. And there were a few pieces of armour, gauntlets and helmets coming loose. And so just a verbal reprimand has been given to a White Company fighter, as said by the Secretariat, that it's understandable when certain moments get frustrating, but they can't, and of course, use certain language, whether it's as frustration or against somebody else. Of course, any language used against the marshal is punishable by a yellow card. So fast movement from White Company, who have plenty of practice in the 12s, even though they don't have the full 12 team with them today. Of course, in Battle of the Nations 2019 in Serbia, they fielded a very strong team. Not all of whom were from White Company, but they still made a very, very solid appearance. And of course, that was very successful for the British team. And it was White Company featured in the men's 5 versus 5 who received the bronze medal, which is the highest they've come in Battle of the Nations as a 5 versus 5 team. There's always longer to wait between these rounds, as the marshals have more deliberations. There are more checks to be done. Again, the safety checks are imperative. But I think that if Primus, if they want to make a bigger impact, I think that there was just one fighter who was trying to push down the middle and was followed afterwards. So I think it might be a better idea to do that, because White Company is so strong at sort of getting between the fighter and the list. So it will be within Primus' interest to try to get around them on the other side. But if you look at the fighters that they are trying to get behind, and there's already some great movement from White Company. Again in the middle, fighter is stalked down, and there is a lot of strength from the Invicta and Primus fighters, although there's pushing down on the right hand side of the list, as you can see, and a fighter has already been grounded from Primus. A great charge coming in, however, from the Primus fighters, and the marshals warning the fighters to get down and stay down. There are a few grounded fighters from both sides, in fact, and there is a great clinch at the back, a huge thump in the bottom left hand corner of the list as the fighter crashes to the ground. But in the bottom side, it's quite hard to make out exactly what is happening. It's in the bottom there, but the White Company fighters are making use of this space and helping out their teammates. So you can see the loose White Company fighter in red, who is going to assist in putting a lot of pressure down on the Primus fighter, one of whom actually gets loose, but they do put the other one down. The Invicta fighter has a, oh no, in fact, that's where the White Company fighter has a breakage of his armor, therefore is grounded. So it's an advantage to White Company. Their big thumb there doesn't quite make the connection, and that's a great takedown there on the left by White Company against the Invicta fighter for Primus. So that means that the victory will go to White Company. So one or two difficulties in terms of armor for White Company there, and there was a lot of aggression shown from Primus and Invicta. So the second round's a lot closer, but it is still a victory there for the White Company. So we'll have just a few moments break, and as Primus and Invicta will be back in the list. So it will be Armoured Combat Gloucester and Three Towers fighting on the same 12 versus 12 team against Primus and Invicta. But it's like we'll have a 10-minute break just now. The reason for the lengthy breaks is because, of course, as I said before, in consecutive fights, you know, the 12 versus 12 takes a lot out of them. So they need that time to get their energy back. But don't go away. So about 9 minutes we've got to go on the break, and we will be right back with us. So don't go away. Fighters are once again taking to the list, which means we will be starting the second fight of the 12 versus 12 in a few moments. There'll be 3 fights in total. The last fight after this will be White Company versus ACG and 3 Towers, which means there'll be another break after this fight in order for the fighters to get their energy back. So that'll be another sort of 8 to 10 minutes. This time we'll see the full 12. And ACG and 3 Towers do have fairly similar tabards, which makes life a bit easier in terms of recognition. Once again, the checks in these larger mass battles do take a bit longer, so bear with us. The marshals are checking all helmets and straps before the fight. And there are more Primus fighters on the field than Invicta fighters, but I think it's a good combination. Again, they're fighters who know each other well, they've trained together, they've fought together, and they've travelled together. And likewise with 3 Towers, when they've shown a lot of potential in their fights, I think they'll fight well with Gloucester. I think they actually give that presence, the height. So you've got the speed of some of the Gloucester fighters, and of course in the back you notice that in the 5 versus 5 a lot of halberds were the weapon of choice of some of the 3 Towers fighters, and of course they are more effective if they get the lines right in these mass battles. So this could be an interesting fight. You can see more halberds on the darker team, the ACG and 3 Towers, but they're all in a line, so there's not much strategy in terms of putting the runners first and the halberders behind them. So I think Primus would want to get in there quite close to start with and take advantage of the fact that there's a more sluggish line, especially if you can see just in the close to the screen you've got 4 ACG fighters all lined up with pole arms, and I think if they break through that, and there's an early rush from the Primus fighters, and a great clash that they get into from the start there. There's already a Primus fighter who has gone down, and that's great teamwork from the ACG fighters and good movement coming from the back to go down at the same time on the left-hand side of the list. And Primus not showing the same aggression that they did in their 5 versus 5. But this is very good work from Gloucester, and 2 of their fighters are taken down, and there seems to be a trip there. Some unfortunate footing there from the Primus fighters, but at this point, as things get closer, I do fancy the chances of Combat Gloucester and 3 Towers, who have some issues of communication, but they're in good position now. Again, the Gloucester fighters are able to choose their clinches that they go into with the polearms, and this is where they will be most effective. Big strides coming down, and they have the advantage of more fighters fielded. Again, another issue of the larger fighter 12 versus 12 is when you have fighters on the ground, they do create problems for clinches moving back and forth. So a lull in the action means that they can readjust their positions. As you can see, it is in just 2 corners of the list at the moment. It's hard to see in the left-hand corner, but there are 2 Primus fighters who are caged in there. It's impossible to see them on the left, whereas you have a single fighter on the right. So an advantage here for ACG and 3 Towers as one of the Primus fighters breaks loose on the right and takes a charge for it. And that's a great move! Superb takedown there. And very, very impressive work. And that is called... I don't think it should be. And that is... Okay, the fighters have been counted. Yes, of course, there were the fighters down. Marshall has counted them. And there was a great takedown at the end there. However, the Primus fighter was surrounded by ACG and Three Towers, so was not able to fight through that. So only a few adjustments to the arm, and of course substitutions will be minimal. But an early advantage here goes to ACG and Three Towers, and deservedly so. And I'm pleased to say I was completely wrong about the exposed thin line of ACG fighters with the pole arms. They actually used their movement very wisely to get around the Primus fighters who went straight into the lists. But their plan didn't work, and the ACG movement paid off. So with those early takedowns, they got loose fighters who were taken down at the edge of the list, which of course is an advantage if moving away. It's when they're in the center of the list, it really restricts movement. So, although there was some mild repairs to some of the ACG armor, there appears to be some difficulty in getting the right tools. These things can happen. And if that knee armor, which is getting repairs, they'll need to be extremely quick in making those repairs, otherwise the fighter will not be allowed to continue if it goes beyond a certain point. So there's still some difficulties in making these repairs. Well, the Primus fighters calling for this to be, so there's a 10-second warning. If they haven't got it ready by then the fighter will not be in the list. And the organizer has been asked to step out of the list. Unfortunately, they were not able to make the repairs in time, and therefore he forfeits this round. So we go into round 2 of Primus Invicta versus ACG and Three Towers, and again another aggressive start. Primus now pushing ACG and Three Towers right back. And so big movement, there'll be some takedowns in the middle, I suspect. And yes, there's an ACG fighter who has gone down in the middle there. There are a few bodies in the center, which is going to create real problems. So nice movement and great aggression shown by the Three Towers fighter to the right of the screen, but it is matched and evened out. And although the blows are quite sluggish, he's still taking strikes to the head. On the middle there, the room for maneuver is very limited. And you can see Primus fighters on the left-hand side outnumbering the ACG and Three Towers fighters, but there is another Primus fighter who has gone down, and ACG fighter has gone with him. So it's still fairly even. Oh, that's a big takedown there. Effective sweep. Primus now a lot more collected in their approach, and working not just on the strikes but also leg sweeps, which of course you can't see so much from this angle, but there are more white tabards trying to wear down the big Three Towers fighters. Weapons lost on the marshals, of course, who have a difficult task of observing each of these moves. So there's a count on them, so big punches coming in from the Three Towers fighter. And that's a great move, and really the ACG fighter is at full stretch. But so this is nice work now, good teamwork from Primus and Invicta on the right, and the round has been called. Well, the marshal makes his count, and that evens the score to 1 round each. Well, there were some enormous strikes coming from both sides there, but as I said, Primus seemed a lot more collected and actually had rows of fighters in one area rather than bunching, wasn't a surrounding. They went row by row, so there were sort of flanks of strikes. But still very, very even. And once again, just to remind you, there are always some minor adjustments to some of the armour. One fighter not able to get the necessary repairs in time for the last fight and therefore forfeited the round. Although towards the bottom of the screen you can see that there are some adjustments, but it doesn't seem to be too critical. Although it is taking a while to adjust the gauntlet. And as you can see, the fight organizer will go there to inspect and give them a time limit also about making repairs. So it looks like we're ready to get underway for the third and final round of Primus Invicta versus ACG Three Towers. There will be a short break after this, 8 to 10 minutes, and we will have the final fight of the day, which will be ACG and Three Towers against White Company. So ACG taking the same line as they had the first time round, which was very, very effective, and already Primus fighters at a huge risk there has gone down straight away. Quite a careless, and a lot of bodies have gone down in the middle. However, the Primus fighters are bringing about the numbers, and there's a huge charge of coming into the middle there, putting the ACG and Three Towers fighters in a difficult position. Fighters now going down straight away. This looks to be quite a rapid round, and they are now locked against the side of the lists. In the bottom here, you can see that their ACG fighters outnumbered, by the Primus fighters. So once again, a lot more collected. Even though there were early mistakes from Primus, there's another good takedown from a leg sweep on the right of the list. This means that you have these big Three Towers fighters remaining, and there's still a few ACG fighters quite loose, using the halberds to good effect. But again, with so many loose fighters on the ground, it's difficult to move quickly. Well, there haven't been many unforced. There is a great takedown on the left there from Primus, who are now well in control of this 12 versus 12 fight, and the marshal has called it. So as the marshal makes his count, we already know the result. And it's a similar result to the first time round. Primus and Invicta have taken the victory with 9 fighters. So don't go away. We have got the last fight of the day coming up, which will be ACG and Three Towers against White Company. Don't go away. We'll be back in 8 to 10 minutes. Well, it's that time again. We now prepare for the final fight of this tournament of Honour Arms here in Rochdale, which has been, even for a moderately small tournament, it's been very, very well organised. We've been very lucky with the weather, but you know, we are in Britain after all. And this fight will be the 12 versus 12 with White Company, who won the men's 5 versus 5. They'll be fighting with 8 fighters in the field against Armour Combat Gloucester and 3 Towers, balancing size and speed. White Company have more international experience, so even in 12 versus 12, they'll be favourites regardless of their numbers. And they do have moderately different tactics. They don't use the flanking tactics, which has taken them to Buhurt Prime on 2 occasions. Remember, White Company were the first winners of the Buhurt League season a couple of years ago, or 3 years ago now. The first Buhurt Prime in Monaco, which was held in 2019 in February, and the second one was the last event before lockdown occurred last year. And there's a lot to be said about that, because it's difficult for fighters to come back. They've lost a year and a half of their sport, and even training was not possible in numbers, so all teams have been subject to the same difficulties, and it's really important to see teams come back and perform at this level. There are still some teams who are unable to travel due to restrictions in their countries, and it's something which has created tremendous problems for organisers, for fighters, but it also armourers. Everybody involved in the sport has had these difficulties, these restrictions, and it's caused endless problems. The funny thing is that despite these difficulties, the numbers of new fighters, certainly in the UK, well, the number has increased, and there are a lot more new fighters. There are new teams, as you can see here with the 3 Towers. So some good has come from such a difficult time, and we hope to see a lot more of that, and I think that's an indication of the growth of the sport. More sporting bodies across nations and also internationally recognising this sport. There is more interest in media. Journalists are taking a greater interest in the sport itself, and we've had some presence from journalists here. So there's just one belt come loose on the fighter there, sorry about that. So we are towards the end of, well, we are at the end of summer, really. But there are still more tournaments to come up. As I mentioned before, there'll be the Buhurt League Masters tournament in Italy in the second week of September. Back in the UK in November, there will be the Swords of Cygnus are hosting their own international tournament. That will be in November. And already we're seeing more tournaments in Russia. There's already been a tournament in Italy, and there's a big charge here for this final fight of the day. And what a fitting tribute to this tournament, and the 3 Towers and ACG are hammering into White Company. They do have the advantage of numbers, so White Company will have their work cut out, but they are a big team to go against, and that's a great takedown there. So already we have 2 of the fighters from ACG and 3 Towers who have gone down. There's another one who has taken a knee, and this is good work here from White Company, and the strategy is paying off very rapidly indeed, and already we've got several fighters being taken down, and a great shot to the back there on the left hand side of this. Huge rush come over for the side. The White Company, when they go for their rushes, they are much more careful. They do not charge them with knees. They go for strikes to certain parts of the armour first, and that is a first round victory for White Company. notice before how when you have charge from one side of the list to the other, fighters have a tendency just to charge them, but it's ineffective with such a high list. People don't fall out or break them or fall underneath them, or it's very rare that they fall underneath them. White Company, when they charge, they go for a strike. And that has proved effective, as we saw then. One rush from one side to the other, ended in a strike which took down the ACG fighter. But it was a great burst at the start of that fight. And I half think the White Company were expecting that. And of course, it wasn't a bad tactic, and when you have the numbers against White Company, you do have to go for it. So, although I don't expect the same start to the second round, I think there'll be a bit more caution from ACG and Three Towers. I think they do well to go forward in the middle and spread out the White Company fighters to the sides early on. So already the marshals are ready for this second round, and there is a more cautious charge in the middle there, but the Three Towers are charging back, almost destroying part of the list there, thrusting the White Company fighter into them. Now there is some heavy skirmishes in the middle, but you've got three fighters now down on the left-hand side. This frees up the White Company fighters, who are charging right back into the ACG fighters. Big strikes coming in, and there is a White Company fighter cornered in the bottom. This is much better work, and there is a loose armour, meaning the ACG fighter has to go out. There's another thrust down. This is great work from White Company, who have seen the challenge come straight to them, and they've defended it well. They've fought off the initial aggressive attack from ACG and Three Towers, and now they have the numbers and only a few remaining ACG and Three Towers fighters on their feet. And this is how the White Company fighters have taken control and won the fight. So that is it. White Company dominate this tournament in the 5 versus 5 and 12 versus 12. They were the favourites to win from the outset, and they've demonstrated exactly why they're favourites. But there's a lot of talent that can be seen here from other teams, in particular Three Towers. They're getting better and showing a lot of potential, so I think we'll see a lot more from them. Primus also having a fantastic tournament, and that takes us to the end. So I would like to thank you very, very much from the organisers of Honour Arms. It's been a pleasure to have you with us on the live stream. So we greet you goodbye from Rochdale. Thank you very much, and we'll see you very, very soon for following tournaments. Thanks very much. Take care.